Moin, moin. Einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Oh Gott, es ist alles so fucking anders. Es ist so fucking anders. Bam, bam, bam. Erster Twitch Livestream. Ich schaue gerade noch mal, ob alles läuft soweit, ob alles hier, ne, hier und da funktioniert und alles in Ordnung ist. Okay, aber scheint alles zu laufen. Hm. Ah. Letzter Stream gestern auf YouTube gehabt. Mal schauen, ob es die richtige Entscheidung war. Ob ich mich, ob ich mich richtig entschieden habe. Oder ob es am Ende vielleicht ja doch irgendwie ein Fehler war. Wissen werde ich es erst, wenn ich es weiß. Wenn ich es in den nächsten Tagen, sehe, wie die ganzen, Meinungen dann zu sind, etc. So, wir machen weiter auf Twitch und mit Tales of Arise. Ömi, hi. Grüß dich. Dankeschön für deinen Follow. Vielen, vielen Dank für deinen Follow. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank, vielen Dank, vielen Dank, vielen Dank, vielen Dank. Höre dein Follow. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Und herzlich willkommen hier auf Twitch. Schön, dass du mit rübergekommen bist. Schön, dass du geswitcht hast. Vielen Dank. Daniel, Dankeschön. Vielen Dank für dein Follow. Grüß dich. Hi, grüß dich, Dani. Ja, brauch mal hier. Grüß dich. Hey, wir haben die ersten 10 Follower geknackt. Ja, sehr cool. Dankeschön dafür. Vielen Dank. Wie geht's dir? Schon lange nicht mehr gesehen.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Dankeschön für dein Follow. Wie geht's dir? Okay, scheint alles zu klappen. Ich hatte mehr Follower als du, aber nur 2. Ja, 2 sind trotzdem 20% mehr als ich. Das sind trotzdem 20% mehr als ich. Oh, ich weiß es, ey. Es ist echt alles hier so fremd. Es ist so... Es ist so... anders. Aber ich denke, ich werde mich nach und nach, glaube ich, hier doch ganz wohl fühlen. Und ich denke auch, dass wir hier alle zusammen unseren Spaß haben werden. Auch nur auf Twitch. Ja, wird bei mir jetzt auch nicht anders sein. Wird bei mir jetzt genauso sein. Ich werde auch nur noch auf Twitch streamen. Ist auch alles besser. Mit den Einstellungen und so. Beide Plattformen haben Vorteile, beide Plattformen haben Nachteile. Es ist beides ein bisschen... Es gibt Vorteile, es gibt Nachteile und ich glaube, dass ich früher oder später im Groben und Ganzen aus Twitch mehr Vorteile ziehen werde. Aber auch da muss man sagen, es ist halt, ja, es gibt viele Vorteile, was ich auch ganz cool finde, sind diese diese Hosts und Raids und sowas, die man machen kann. Es gibt schon vieles, was cool ist und was für mich als YouTube-Streamer halt neu ist. Es gibt schon vieles neues, cooles Zeug, so ist es nicht. Es gibt schon geile Änderungen. Das auf jeden Fall.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Die rote Frau.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Was, streamst du auch auf Englisch oder streamst du ohne Stimme? Dani.
The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Ballenergie. Krasser Scheiß. Talia, grüß dich, moin moin.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dahna's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dahna die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
Ah,
No,
hopp, rauf
this
mit
is
uns.
different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Ja, ganz, ja doch spontan eher. Ja, erster Livestream jetzt hier auf Twitch. War ja klar, dass wir zu den Dingen rüber gezogen werden. Angezogen werden, war ja klar gewesen. Ja. Kali, Dankeschön für deine Follow. Vielen, vielen Dank.
We managed to get moving, but where are
Dank
we?
dir.
It looks like
Das macht auf
Lenegis
YouTube
are
keinen
here.
Sinn mehr.
Do you think we might run
Ich werde
into
nur noch die
more
Livestreams
Renans here?
hochladen
Or
und
those red
Clips
women?
hochladen.
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
Aber
We
YouTube
haven't
macht
been
keinen Sinn mehr.
ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
Ja,
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
die wollen, dass wir draufgehen, wahrscheinlich. Das ist wahrscheinlich die rote Frau. Das kann ja bloß die rote Frau sein. Die auf dem komischen Ding da drauf ist. Das kann ja bloß die rote Frau sein. Ja. Das ist auch so eine Gewöhnungssache mit Follow und Abo und ja, alles hier und da. Ich habe gestern von 20:30 Uhr, 21 Uhr, ich glaube bis heute früh um 4:30 oder sowas, alles umgestellt. Auch das Technische dahinter, das kannst du wahrscheinlich am besten nachvollziehen. Das ganze Technische dahinter, halt einfach alles umzustellen und alles Mögliche, das ist halt eher das Krampfhafte.
I
Um es
still
nicht
can't get over
auszudrücken.
what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dahna, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dahna. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
Ist Twitch selber für dich nix? Kali? Boing, boing, boing. Boing, boing.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns.
Idiot.
My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people. Does it ever get lonely sometimes?
Dankeschön, Kimpel, für den
I
Follower.
guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Und allen Dorn. Ja gut, die Dorn wird sie ja eh hoffentlich jetzt bald verlieren. Bis gleich, Onyx.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell.
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Bella, Hallöchen. Danke auch an dich für den Follow. Vielen, vielen Dank. Grüße dich, Bella. Oder soll ich eher sagen, Naru Bella 1994. Guten Tag. Guten Abend. Guten Abend. Guten Abend. Und jetzt hat Onyx, Dankeschön für den Follow. Grüße dich. Herzlich willkommen.
That beam of light joining Dahna and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Dahnan side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the wedge in Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dahna's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Muss mal später schauen, wie ich das in den Mods mache. Wie ich Mods einstelle. Ich habe da noch keine Ahnung davon tatsächlich. Muss ich mir mal anschauen. Finde ich auch, Kali. Da muss ich sagen, bin ich tatsächlich sehr begeistert. Und ich streame nur statt maximal 50.000 Mbits. Also auf YouTube habe ich immer mit demselben Codierer, selben Einstellung, nur Bitrate anders. Habe ich mit 10.000 gestreamt. Jetzt streame ich nur mit 6.000 Mbits. Also zumindest habe ich das irgendwo mal gelesen gehabt auf Twitch, dass man wohl maximal 6.000 nehmen soll Bitrate für Full HD 60 FPS. Und ich muss sagen, für die Bitrate ist echt eine starke Quali, muss ich sagen. Eigentlich finde ich auch gut, muss ich sagen. Bin ich auch tatsächlich sehr begeistert. Ja, auf die Sonne ein paar Smileys macht das. Klingt mal auf den Namen von Bell und Onyx. Ich muss den Monitor ein bisschen verschieben, der ist ein bisschen... Moment. Das Schöne ist, bei den Emotes hier, wenn ich Affiliate werde, wovon ich ausgehe, dass wir vielleicht einen Monat ungefähr, dann kann ich endlich die animierten Emotes mal hochladen, die neuen. Dann sind sie hier wirklich animiert, zum Glück. Mach mal, ich drücke mal auf den Namen. Vorhinzogen flüstern. Timeout, sperren. Das sind die ich brauche. Nee, warte mal. Hier, Mod-Status verleihen. Einmal. Zweimal. So, Onyx bei der müsste jetzt Mod sein. Danke dir, Kali, fürs Helfen. So, jetzt hat. Oh Gott. Untere Ebene, mittlere Ebene, obere Ebene. Auf welche Ebene sind wir jetzt gerade aktuell? Ist nicht zugänglich. Mittlere Ebene. Also die einzige Hürde, die wir haben, zum Weg zum Affiliate, was ich jetzt so herausgefunden habe, sind jetzt quasi 50 Follower müssen wir erreichen. Und wegen dem anderen brauchen wir uns eigentlich kein Problem machen. Das passiert eh automatisch. Mit Streamzeiten und alles mögliche. Das ist wurscht. Ja, jetzt sollte funktionieren. Ja, jetzt sehe ich es auch, das Schwert. Okay, perfekt. 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 Kommen wir überhaupt irgendwo hier rein? Sieht für mich aus wie Türen, aber anscheinend nicht. Ich finde die Dinger hier so geil mit den Pflanzen in diesen Röhren. Sehr verwirrend. Es ist ja.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
Eine Art Rüstung.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
Bella absolut Neuland. Nicht nur für Bella tatsächlich. Also für mich ist es ja auch komplett Neuland. Dieses Twitch-Ding. Dieses Twitch-Ding. Schaut's mit deiner Wohnung aus, Bella?
Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
Hast du Strom und Wasser und Steckdosen? Und Internet und alles
That
mögliche?
is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Ein Klon?
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that. Just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Dankeschön, Quen.
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
Wie geht's euch allen? Mag die minimale Verzögerung? Ja. Und sollte was sagen, es geht theoretisch noch schneller.
You have not been harmed in any way.
Von der Latenz, es geht noch schneller. Von Einstellungen her.
Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh, good.
Sieht so geil aus, der Typ.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil.
Das Gesicht sieht ein bisschen komisch aus. Schaut aus wie Sid von Ice Age.
We employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dahna from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The great astral spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dahna.
The voice of the great spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dahna? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dahna back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dahna has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dahna has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dahna this whole time, just like these things.
Dahna's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dahna's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dahna is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dahna's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dahna.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dahna?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dahna's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renasalma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dahna.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dahna.
Eigenen Planeten retten, einen anderen zerstören. Geil.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dahna's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
Ja, wenn die kurz mal aussterben, sind wahrscheinlich nicht so
I
viele.
am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Mir geht's soweit, ja, auch ganz gut. Nur komplett müde. Ja, bis heute früh um, ich weiß nicht wann, ich glaube bis 4:30, 5 oder sowas habe ich hier Twitch eingerichtet und alles mögliche. Dementsprechend, ich bin müde. Ich bin müde. Ich muss ja schon wieder um 7 Uhr aufstehen. Ragisch wirst du Dying Light zocken? Ich weiß noch nicht. Vermutlich aber nicht. Weiß ich, Dying Light... Also erstens, ich habe Dying Light 1 nicht gespielt. Noch nicht. Und zweitens, ich weiß nicht, ob das für mich so... Ob das so meins ist. Ich muss mir tatsächlich das erste Mal ein bisschen was anschauen. Davon. Und dann muss ich entscheiden, ob ich es zocken will oder nicht. Aber das erste, nein. Es ist nicht so wirklich meins tatsächlich. Noch. Vielleicht gefällt es mir, aber ich habe auch darüber noch nichts angeschaut so wirklich. Also es ist... Ich weiß, es ist irgendwie gestern, glaube ich, der heute rauskommt, oder rausgekommen ist. Und sehr im Hype auch ist, aber... ja. Weiß nicht.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dahna, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dahna completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dahna.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Das ist neu? Was ist neu? Das Tattoo meinst du? Nee. Das habe ich zum gleichen Zeitpunkt gemacht wie das im Hals. Ich habe das gerade nur gemacht, weil die Cam verschwommen. Unscharf war. Viel Dialog, ja. Also zum Teil, es kommt nur drauf an. Jetzt ist es schon sehr viel Dialog, aber es ist... Manchmal hast du ein paar Stunden, 4-5 Stunden, wo du überhaupt gar keinen Dialog hast, also sehr, sehr wenig Dialog hast, und dann hast du mal eine Stunde, wo dauerhaft nur Dialog ist. Das ist, ja. Kommt immer drauf an. So. Okay, Abfluglandebereich, da sind wir gerade gekommen. Untere Ebene kommen wir jetzt hin. Perfekt. Dann schauen wir uns das mal an. Schauen wir uns mal die untere Ebene an. Die Verzögerung ist echt krass, muss ich sagen. Es ist echt sehr, sehr schnell alles. Ich bin begeistert.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dahna and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Ich will gleich mal was Süßes holen. Mods können, glaube ich, auch hier, wie schon gesagt hast, ne, Bella, dass ihr nur im Follower-Chat, ihr könnt, glaube ich, auch, glaube ich, sowas wie den Streamtitel und sowas umändern, ne, wenn ich mich nicht irre. Ich glaube, das können Mods machen, ne, Streamtitel und sowas und, auch Only Mode, also das ist quasi der Chat nur, dass man im Chat nur Emotes reinposten kann. Ich glaube, das sind so Sachen, die können auch Mods, umändern, ne. Wenn ich mich nicht irre. Ich hole mal was Süßes. Ja, Moment. Das ist ja echt cool. Ja, das ist ganz cool, finde ich, dass es die Mods auch können. Gibt halt so viele neue Funktionen. Eine Sache ist, das muss ich euch leider enttäuschen. Das wird einfach nicht funktionieren. Ist mit dem Bot. Den Bot kann ich nicht übernehmen, weil der Bot ist nur auf YouTube spezialisiert gewesen und nicht auf Twitch. Es kann mal trotzdem mal jemand bitte Ausrufezeichen ganz mal Levelpunkte eingeben. Immer was nachschauen. Also das Programm, ich hatte dafür Programm am PC gehabt, ein Bot. Den kann ich so nicht mehr nutzen. Aber ich denke, ich habe sowas Ähnliches in digitaler Form gefunden. Ne? Müssen wir mal schauen. Aber es ist, ja, den Bot kann ich auf jeden Fall so nicht mehr nutzen.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Ja. Gut, wegen einem Bot gibt es eine Alternative. Müssen wir mal schauen, wie wir es hinkriegen. Ob ich die Wortstammstunden so übernehmen kann, kann ich nicht garantieren. Bis gleich, Bella. Kannst du mir jetzt Begriffe zur Sperrliste hinzufügen? Okay, das ist auch nice, ja.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquill.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Oh.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Dahnans by the Helganquill.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquill. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquill are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Dahnans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as
Danke,
their
Kali, dir auch viel
descendants,
Spaß.
can all cast arts, albeit to
Viel Spaß
varying
weiterhin auf
degrees.
YouTube.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Dahna?
Und viel Spaß beim
the
Stream.
Helganquill kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dahna now.
Helganquill technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquill are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Das heißt, dass es Renaner. Denise, hey! Dankeschön für dein Follow auf Twitch und Dankeschön auch fürs Rüberwechseln. Herzlich willkommen. Hallöchen! Das bedeutet, dass es eigentlich gar keine Renaner gibt. Es sind alles Dahna, also wie wir es quasi sind, die von dieser Spezies erschaffen worden sind. Kurze Frage, Chat. Merkt ihr gerade in den letzten, ich sage mal 30 Minuten, dass das Internet kurz mal runterdroppt, aber und dann wieder hochgeht? Also merkt ihr da irgendwas davon, dass es irgendwie hängt oder sowas? Merkt ihr davon was? Grüß dich, Denise. Wie geht's dir, meine Gute? Schön auch, dass du den Weg hierher gefunden hast. Dankeschön. Das heißt, die Renaner gibt's gar nicht. Es gibt nur Dahna und die wurden aus Dahnern erschaffen. Das heißt, die haben aus einer Spezies eine andere Spezies erschaffen. Interessant. Interessant. Mir geht's also, mir geht's soweit ganz gut soweit. Wie geht's dir? Wie geht's dir? Wie geht's dem Knie?
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dahna's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dahna's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dahna, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dahna. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Dahnans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Dahnans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dahna on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Okay. Ähm. Hä? Bei mir hat sich der Elgato zerschossen. Bei mir hat sich gerade der Elgato zerschossen. Danke, Nies. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Muss nämlich ja kurz mal alles neu starten. Der Elgato. Es war auch nicht passiert, dass jetzt zerschossen ist. Wie gefällt euch meine wunderschöne Glatzenfrisur? Ist ein bisschen gewöhnungsbedürftig. Weil da bei uns eh noch alle Friseure hier und da ein bisschen, keine Ahnung, im Arsch sind. Habe mir gedacht, ich hole mir jetzt einfach hier eine Maschine und einmal, zack, einmal rüber damit. Hätte ich fast Jahre auch spenden können. Ich weiß nicht, warum. Mann! Ah. Das liegt am ersten Abend, ja. Das kann wirklich, das ist, ja. Also wieder zerschossen. Das ist kurzer, keine Glatze. Für mich ist es Glatze. Für mich ist das Glatze. Ja, für mich ist das Glatze. Sich noch ein bisschen mehr ärgert als der Gatos das Innert mal wieder. Alter, es ist schon wieder. Alter, ey, meine Fresse, was ist denn da jetzt schon wieder los? Mann. besser als nur 16.000er Telekom? Nein, 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 nein. Irgendwas hat sie zerschossen bei der Egard, aber ich weiß nicht was. Ei. Aha, jetzt hat. Jetzt. Jetzt. Aha. Der Profi. War noch besser als 16.000er Telekom. Also bitte. Ein Upload habe ich hier durchgehend eigentlich fast auch ein 2,5er.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Mhm. Aber habt ihr geschaut? Gibt es bei euch keinen Privatanbieter oder sowas, der da ein bisschen mehr anbietet? Gibt es da echt überhaupt gar niemanden, nichts? Gut. Dann quatschen wir mal.
Oh, it's you two.
No.
Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster. but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Nichts Privates, ist echt hart.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
So. Haben wir noch mit 2 Kollegen hier was zu quatschen. Johalim. Ist gleich bei da.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live, and I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's
Okay. Müsste ja funktionieren. Mal kurz war es umgesteckt, jetzt hoffe ich, dass es besser funktioniert mit dem Internet.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dahna, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dahna, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dahna, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Dahnans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dahna peaceably. As the one and only blazing sword, I suspect the Dahnans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Dahnan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dahna. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Dahnan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Ja, ich habe den LAN-Kabel umgestöpselt. Deswegen gab es ja gerade einen kleinen größeren Unterbrecher.
Is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am.
Nein.
There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dahna's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dahna's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
Oh, jetzt sind wieder alle verbunden.
Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
Okay, davor.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Ich muss aber zur Ziel lang? Ich glaube schon, ne? Ja, oder doch nicht. Oder doch nicht. Dann, jetzt können wir mit dem quatschen. Schauen wir mal.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the great spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renaners Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renaners Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the great spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
Also muss Sion doch sterben.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Muss es sterben und dann kann man es wiederbeleben, oder was?
They always said that the Renaners Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renaners Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renaners Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dahna's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dahna from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Rena's Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Rena's Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegus.
It is likely that the Rena's Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dahna's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go...
Oh, Aussehen. Mein Fehler.
Really our only hope against the Great Spirit?
Zu schnell den Knopf gedrückt.
There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Willkommen zurück, Bella. Es soll wohl GTA 6 rauskommen oder irgendwie sowas, habe ich vorhin jetzt irgendwie gelesen, oder? Ist das richtig gelesen? Wer ist denn das jetzt? Es wird ein dauern, euer Raumschiff vollständig zu reparieren. Ich würde vorschlagen, dass ihr euch bis dann etwas ausruht. Machen wir mal. Machen wir mal. Machen wir mal. Hast du mit Termi telefoniert oder was? Oder mit jemand anderem? Bin neugierig.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us?
Neugierig.
About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dahna's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dahna's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dahna's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dahna's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dahna's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dahna's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dahna's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dahna's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Everett 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So
Küssen, küssen, küssen.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dahna's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Are you sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We're only fighting all the lords on Dahna? Although that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Küssen.
Yeah.
Küssen.
If we can't find the Renaners Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrecht 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renaners Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renaners Alma, but it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Wir wissen ganz genau, was er ihr erzählen wollte.
Yeah. Okay.
Das wissen wir alle ganz genau. Ganz genau.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dahna and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
Die Liebe.
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand.
Die Mucke ist echt geil gemacht. Die Mucke ist echt gut gemacht, da. Es ist echt heilig da. Nicer Scheiß, du. Und nichts fast wie bei Grandia. Das ist ein Grandia. Hoffentlich kommt kein anderes Ende. Wir werden sehen. Wir werden sehen. Wir werden es sehen. Wie sich das entwickeln wird, alles.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
Das Arschloch Gottes. Ah, okay, alles klar,
There's
Bella.
nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dahna.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dahna is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dahna, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dahna's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Zerstörte Überreste Rena. Renner. Renner.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began.
Renner.
World?
I won't let Dahna suffer the same fate. Ever.
Renner. Ich mach kurz eine Pause. Kurze Pingepause. Wir sehen uns gleich wieder. Bis gleich. Geht's.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
Nochmal.
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renaners Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renaners Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Dahnans started pressing their own.
Renans, Dahnans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Huch. Es sieht schon alles sehr, 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 sehr geil aus hier. Vor allem auch das Raumschiff, das finde ich, sieht sehr nice aus. Beam me up, Scobby. Beam me up.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Alter, kann ich nicht mal. Ey, ich glaube, wir streamen jetzt über 2 Stunden. Wir haben bis jetzt keinen einzigen Kampf gehabt. Nur gelabert über 2 Stunden.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Und welcome back, Bella. Hast du etwas von Termi gehört? Kommt er auf Twitch? Kommt er nicht auf Twitch? Hast du da irgendwas gehört?
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean... Wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell,
Ow.
the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think
Alles
the
klar, Bella.
armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking maybe meat.
Get him, Hoodle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle.
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
Ich liebe die Hoodles. Ich finde die super. Ich finde die super. Ah, noch ein Gespräch, Alter. Wir haben seit über 2 Stunden keinen Kampf gemacht. Ich raste langsam aus. Schau mal auf den Boden, wenn wir über den Boden laufen. Hört ihr das? Auch die Schritte, diese Sterne finde ich voll geil.
You know, guys,
Voll geil
when you
gemacht.
think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dahna, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zoogles originally used to be living creatures native to Dahna and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zoogles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Hört sich an wie das Kristall, ja, oder wie? Oder wie so ein bisschen so Glassplitter, so rascheln, ne? Hört sich voll geil an, so richtig schön angenehm. Alter, das sieht so geil aus. Ihr seid mir schon zu welche. Moin, Meister.
Wait, can you understand us?
Ja, die haben uns erschaffen. Natürlich können die uns verstehen. Also die Renaner haben es erschaffen.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
Let's begin the fight. Ups, Level 53. Ah, die sehen schon geil aus. Bloß der Kopf her, Kopfhelm, was auch immer das ist, erinnert mich so ein bisschen aus Ice Age, hier vom Kopf her Sid. Dieses Faultier? Ist es ein Faul? Nee. Was ist ein Sid für ein Tier? Sid ist ein Faultier, ne? Ja, doch, klar. Ja, doch. Vom Kopf her hat es schon so Ähnlichkeiten, finde ich, von der Struktur her. Ah, ja, das war halt schlecht gemacht. Das war halt schlecht gemacht gewesen. Boah, auf Eis hätte ich auch mal wieder Lust.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, This whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
Oh, es geht weiter mit dem Geplappel.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegus, remember? He probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for?
Jo, nice. Oh, es ist so viel Gerede. Es ist zu viel Gerede.
We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Das viel Gequatsch und zwar es ist, ja, bei Tales ist jetzt nicht unüblich, ich weiß, ne, auch von Tales of Vesperia her. Aber, und das ist das ganz große Aber, wir streamen jetzt seit über 2,5 Stunden. Wir haben nach 2,5 Stunden jetzt und das hatten wir bis jetzt noch nie bei Tales gehabt. Nicht bei Tales of Arise, nicht bei Tales of Vesperia, hatten wir noch nie gehabt. Dass nach 2,5 Stunden nur dauerhaft Durchgequatsche ein Kampf war. Ein normaler Kampf. Kein Bosskampf oder sowas, ein normaler Kampf. Nach 2,5 Stunden Gequatsche. Das ist nicht normal. Das ist nicht normal. Und es geht weiter.
Just look at the size of that thing. Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Dahnan, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries, at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Die Eier sind schon gut gestaltet. Die ganzen Sequenzen. Oh, der sieht so stark aus. Er sieht so geil aus. Wie findet ihr die Streaming-Qualität auf Twitch? Ist um Welten besser, oder? Als auf YouTube. Um Welten besser, oder? Oh. Ihr kriegt mich nicht, ihr kriegt mich nicht, ihr kriegt mich nicht. Oh. Ihr habt mich gekriegt.
to be sealed. Actually, perhaps found is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
No further. Armor won't save you.
Tiger blade. One more. Celestial, I will heal you all.
On guard.
Healing circle.
Okay, here I go.
War ich nicht im Aus?
No sooner said than done.
You're really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you around. As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improved.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Läuft.
We're
Läuft.
still standing. Barely.
Lübt, Alter. Lübt. Das nächste Gespräch. Achso, Traumchili. Warte mal, Traumchili haben wir ja noch irgendwas. Ausrüstung. Müsste soweit noch alles aktuell sein. Jo, passt. Fertigkeiten können wir uns da ja nochmal anschauen. Wir bekommen gleich einen Anruf und dann, ich hoffe, das dauert nicht allzu lang. Wir werden jetzt mal ein paar Kämpfe und ein paar Fertigkeitspunkte, anpassen. La 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 la. La la la. Da haben wir noch zwei, da haben wir auch noch zwei. Wie haben wir denn? Was haben wir hier? Elementarverteidigung plus 30. Verteidigung plus 10, Elementarverteidigung plus 20. Resistenz. Ich höre gerade Geräusche. Ein kleines grünes Männchen. Ich bekomme gerade Anruf. Moment. So Leute, ich bin kurz am Quatschen. Ich mache kurz mal Angriff, aber nicht wundern, wenn ich quasi Quatsch und gemutet bin.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Dahnans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Dahnans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Dahnans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
You got okay, here I go.
Airborne beast. My specialty.
We got flyers.
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours.
There. Help this. Mega ray. What violent darting wings. Car down through off seal. Hurricane strike. I'll be ready. Look here. Plenty left. Mega ray here. Back into the fray. Get on in there, the others. Round and pound. Radiant here. Sleep now. This look sharp. Here. Lightning here. Thunder hear my call. Glacial spear. Not much longer to go.
More, come on. One final push.
Let's do this together, Alpha. Healing circle.
All right. And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
Here's the hurricane strike. Go in. Reinforcements incoming. Not a problem. This one's mine. Radiant storm. Whoa, hey. I've risen.
Getting desperate.
Got them where we want them.
Don't tip your hand, though.
None shall escape my judgment.
This one's mine.
Illuminate the dark.
Ignore.
Holy trigger. Holy
Away.
Hurricane Florida!
Now.
Light burst forth.
Radiant citizen.
More.
This one's
Laser
mine.
spear. Pierce
Rising Viper. Strike. Luna Rondo. Time to defeat it.
Annihilation. Flame of
Be
fury.
still.
I can do this all day.
Here I come. Win. More.
On guard.
Thanks.
Their arms were interrupted.
Try this.
Wieder da.
This one's mine.
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade. More. Rising Viper. This time.
This one's mine.
Luna Rondo. Eat dirt.
I'll heal you all.
Pierce through. Demon Fang. Thanks. Take this. Double Demon Fang.
Astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory.
I'm ready.
Alles geklärt. Also, ich weiß ja nicht, was da geklärt werden musste. Es gab ja nichts zum Klären. Das hätte es mir auch in den Chat reinschreiben können. Ihr macht unnötige Panik. Unnötige Panik. Achso, war Termi. Entschuldigung. Ich hab gedacht, du weißt, wer es war. Ja, ich habe jetzt mit Termi schon ihm ein paar Tipps gegeben und der hat... Ich laber gleich nach dem Kampf da. Ich laber jetzt hier gleich nach dem Kampf. Das ist jetzt hier... Madisis Argonia. Hi, grüß dich. Wer auch immer du bist. Auf jeden Fall irgendjemand von YouTube. Elfen! It's now! Ah, Manu, hi, grüß dich. Manuel, das werde ich nicht schaffen. Manu, das werde ich nicht schaffen. Ich bin in Namen merken sowas so schlecht. So fucking schlecht. Und vor allem auf Twitch haben wir jetzt so viele andere Namen, deswegen, das kann ich dir jetzt schon sagen, wird nicht funktionieren. Ich versuch's, aber es wird nicht funktionieren, weil ich bin geistig eingeschränkt. Der hat im Endeffekt, Termi hat das Problem, dasselbe wie, hört sich so an, wie die Probleme, die Onyx auch schon geschildert hat. Mit der Qualität und allen möglichen. Ich habe jetzt zu Onyx gesagt, also Termi hat im Endeffekt das Problem, dass er nicht auf Twitch schauen kann, weil bei ihm wohl irgendwie die alles sich immer aufhängt und Twitch abstürzt und keine Ahnung und wie, ich weiß es nicht und er ist immer so runde Kreisel, Ladekreise, was auch immer gibt, etc. Und ich habe jetzt gesagt, er soll die App deinstallieren, neu installieren, nochmal probieren hier und zur Not vielleicht über Internet-Browser, falls er möchte, lalala, lululu und ja, das war jetzt... Ich habe ja schon Bilder gemacht hier, keine Ahnung. Ich habe ja jetzt... Ja, jetzt mit Manu kann ich natürlich was anfangen. Mit den YouTube-Namen kann ich immer was anfangen. Schön auf jeden Fall, dass du einschaltest. Grüß dich. Ey, ich hab heute meinen ersten Twitch-Release-Livestream. Darfst gerne ein Follow da lassen. Ich muss tatsächlich die ersten 50 Follower, da werde ich ein bisschen geiern. Ich brauche 50 Follower. Ich will unbedingt Affiliate werden. Nicht unbedingt wegen den Werbeeinnahmen. Also doch, eigentlich schon. Weil Geld geil. Ich bin ein geldgeiles Arschloch. Nee, nicht unbedingt. Das ist so das kleine Sahnehäubchen obendrauf. Aber der Kuchen, der gefällt mir einfach besser bei Affiliate. Mit den Kanalpunkten, allen möglichen. Und da hast du einfach von Twitch auch mehr Möglichkeiten. Das ist so ein bisschen... Das ist die Torte und das Sahnehäubchen ist eigentlich das Affiliate. Also das quasi die Monetarisierung und alles mögliche. Aber ich möchte die Emotes haben. Ich möchte, für die ich fast 100 € ausgegeben habe für die Emotes. Ich möchte es nutzen. Ne? Ich möchte nicht das Geld reinholen, aber ich möchte es nutzen. Ich möchte es im Chat sehen. Und das geht nur, wenn ich Affiliate bin. Dementsprechend lasst Follows da. Egal wie, ich möchte Follows haben. Warte mal, sind wir jetzt von da gekommen oder von da? Ja, wir sind von da gekommen. Bella, ich ärgere dich jetzt einfach mal. Leckere, kalte. Sag das bitte nicht zu laut? Was? Was soll ich nicht zu laut sagen? Ich habe gerade relativ viel gesagt. Richtig? Das ist Karma. Das ist so Karma. Das ist so Karma. Normalerweise Rittersport macht man immer auf der Seite hier auf, ne? Kennt jeder. Das ist so Karma, wenn es abreißt. Wegen den Followern. Warum? Dass keine reinkommen, oder wie meinst du das? Hä? Hä? Ja, dafür kein Follow. Aber auf die stille Treppe. Manu, danke dir. Bots im Arsch ab. Wir haben ja auch, du wirst auf Twitch nicht die Problematik mit Bots haben wie auf YouTube. Das sind Weltenunterschiede, Bella. Das wirst du merken. Weltenunterschied. Danke dir, Manu. Sehr korrekt von dir. Danke dir, Manu. Fürs Namen ändern.
Good to know my training is paying off.
Weiter geht's. Boah, es ist also ich habe seit Jahren nicht mehr so eine Nougat-Schokolade gegessen. Aber das ist immer noch wie früher. Ich kann ja nur so 2, 3 Dinger essen, so kleine Quadratdinger und dann dann bin ich weg vom Fenster. War zur Zeit stressig in der Arbeit, kamen die Akkreditierungsbeauftragten. Was sind denn Akkreditierungsbeauftragte? Was ist denn das? Ja, wenn dann ist rumläuft, das scheiße. Ja, kann ich nachvollziehen. Außerdem ist es halt Wohnungssuche angesagt. Viel Glück. Auf dem Wohnungsmarktsuche. Viel Glück. Ich finde Nougat echt widerlich. Nougat und Marzipan. Liebe.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing. What would I do without you? Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Und die geilste Kombination ist Nougat und Marzipan. Easy. Akkreditierung ist quasi die Bestätigung, dass wir regelkonform durchführen. Quasi sowas wie Qualitätskontrollmanagement. Sowas in der Richtung quasi. Und wenn es quasi in Ordnung ist, dann ist gut. Die Frage ist nur, müssen wir jetzt hier lang oder müssen wir hier lang? Was ist denn das da oben vorne für ein Zeugel? Ach du heilige Maria Gottes.
Don't get careless. Don't tell me. Get behind me. In a bind. Hurricane. Now you see what I can do. Piercing roll. Destruction.
Mind if I do?
Demon Pact. Make it rain. Demon Pact. Double demon
I feel so hot.
No, you should sit this one out.
And miss all the fun. No way.
Be careful not to overdo it.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you, Shion. This one's mine.
Can't get out of this. Piercing roar. Azure Storm. Demon Pact. Sword Ring Alpha. Roll away.
Plenty left.
Down. Your arm. Severing Wing. Now you see what I can do. Sonic
Not
Thrust.
in your dreams.
Glacial Fire. The flame inside me yearns to be lit free. Demon Pact. You picked the wrong fight.
Healing circle.
The power of love.
Radiant. Here, come in handy.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Here's a healing arc.
Thanks, Shion.
Ready to go.
Okay, here I go. Azure Storm. Now or never. Double Demon Pact. Demon Pact. Double Demon Pact. It's too much.
Anything in armor is all mine.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malachor!
Will this help?
Shield and
The flame inside me yearns to be lit free. Burn it out.
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Swallow blade.
This one's mine.
Sword Ring Alpha.
Die aushalten, ne?
How about healing circle?
Rising River.
Won't lose.
Rising Phoenix. Prepare to be sealed. Stardust. You're on. Coming through. Ha! Melt. Scarlet Inferno.
Captain, danke für den Follow. Vielen, vielen Dank.
Don't get in my way.
You'll pay for that.
Burning strike.
Azure Storm.
Mind if I bring you back
Inside me
from the
yearns to
death
be let free. I'm not done. And more of this will burn out.
Here's a healing arc. Select the
In a bind. Double Demon Pact.
my head's spinning just watching you.
Komm, 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 komm.
Say no more.
Nice.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Grüß dich, Captain. Hi. Ein Vögel hat mir gezwitschert, du brauchst Follower? Welcher Vogel? Welcher Vogel? Jetzt will ich's wissen. Grüß dich und Dankeschön für den Follower. Vielen, vielen Dank. Ey, ich muss ab heute bis zum 4.3. 50 Follower erreichen. Ne? Das ist mein Ziel. Also nicht mein Ziel, sondern Twitch sein Ziel. Aber wir sind gut dabei. Wir haben insgesamt 2, 4, 6, 8. Heute 10 Follower. 10 Follower. 1/5 haben wir heute schon geschafft. 1/5. So ein Follower aufs Haus, Ragosch. Hab einem Kumpel Bescheid gegeben. Manuel. Vielen, vielen Dank. Dankeschön. Manuel, der Vogel. Guter Vogel. Der kriegt heute Abend ein extra... Okay, das hört sich so falsch an, wenn ich jetzt sagen würde, der bekommt heute Abend einen extra Wurm. Zum Essen. Okay, vergiss das. Vielen Dank, Dankeschön. Merci. Und herzlich willkommen. Merci, merci, merci. Was haben wir hier Hübsches drin? Hundeweste. Ah. Nice. Nice. Nehmen wir gleich mit. Heirat? Soll ich Trauzeuge spielen? Nicht spielen. Soll ich Trauzeuge sein? Ich bin Standesbeamter. Genau, mit dem Ehevertrag. Ehevertrag ist mal ein Spezialgebiet. 50% aber Provision. Bei erfolgreicher Scheidung. Oh nein, nicht so ein XXL-Zeugel. Nein, okay. Komme ich an den vorbei? Komme ich an den vorbei? Komme ich an den vorbei? Lauf, Forrest! Lauf! Lauf! Lauf!
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helgankra. Or perhaps the opposite. Given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone?
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Why'd you heal me?
Is that you dying?
Right. That buzzing is driving you mad.
Like if they just sit still!
Shia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. In here, wait.
Not today! Now or never!
Hurricane strike. Going in.
Too fast! Stand back. I'll trip it up. Can't get out of this!
Frechheit.
Look sharp! Lightning Rider ready!
Illuminate the dark.
Lay inside me, yours to be let free! I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't. Not today!
Keine Sorge, ich kenne die russische Mafia, die ist ein bisschen krasser. Ich habe Mentos. Ich habe eine Cola. Gute Kombi, diese. Alter, haben die Wichser mich jetzt erschrocken.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Where are you going?
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Here's a hero.
Not today.
Hurricane strike.
Blew away.
Raging
blast.
in here.
Blew away.
Hurricane strike with a shadow.
It's over.
Now. Hurricane strike.
You're mine. It's over. You're mine. You're finished. Take this.
Easy. 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 Ach du heilige Scheiße.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way.
Ach du heilige.
So our strength yet grows.
Ist das ein Zwischenboss? Das sieht aus wie ein Zwischenboss. Ich glaube, das ist ein Zwischenboss. Ja. Zwischenboss. Alles klar, Bella. Dann dir noch einen schönen Abend. Danke fürs Einschalten. Merci. Vielen Dank. Und bis morgen. Ich weiß nicht genau, wann ich morgen streamen werde. Ich denke... Ich muss gestehen, ich hätte tatsächlich Bock, morgen Oblivion tatsächlich. Ich hätte irgendwie ein bisschen Bock auf Oblivion. Wie schaut's bei euch aus? Ich hätte ganz spontan einfach ultra Bock auf Oblivion. Ein Stream-Slot hätten wir jetzt eh für nächste Woche frei. Ich weiß ja nicht, wie das Interesse da von eurer Seite aus besteht. Komm. Nice.
I'll do everything I can with this power.
Make us proud, Alphen.
Yeah, we're counting on you.
I guess I am too. A little.
A little. Ist Onyx noch da? Ja. Ulrich ist da okay. Jetzt für mich immer was abends. Ja, ich werde wahrscheinlich schon ein bisschen früher streamen. Als abends. Ah, ich weiß nicht. Mal schauen, wie ich das morgen mache. Mal schauen. Mal schauen, mal schauen, mal schauen. Oh, auf jeden Fall irgendwas zum Hochhalten. Weil sonst wird es langsam echt kritisch mit den Kämpfen. Es wird langsam echt kritisch. Geronimo! Hey. Ups.
Look sharp! Lightning
I feel sprightlier than before.
Wo geht's hier an? Beam me up. Beam me up. Beam me up. Oh nein. Wieder so ein XXL-Zeugel.
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Ja gut, dann auf. Rein ins Gemäch.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Das Schöne ist, den Typ-Zeugel kennen wir schon.
Not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
I never miss.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Elfenkristall. Yeah, ich suche die ganze Zeit nach irgendwas zum Hochheilen. Hä? Jetzt hat. So, come on. Oh, seltene Panzerung. Aber nicht. Ah, für sie. Gut. Oh, was zockst du denn, Manu? Was zockst du denn Gutes?
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
I owe you one. Blow away.
This one's mine.
It's over.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare to Malisa.
There you go! Don't let up!
Look side.
There are three
It's over.
Hurricane
Blow away.
Lightning meteor. Far enough.
Anything in order is
I don't have much left.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying? I don't even know the word defeat.
Blow away. Armor won't save you. No further. You're nearly done for.
It's time to
Come on.
finish this. Die! Consuming wildfire. There. This one's mine. I never miss. Illuminate the dark. Not on my watch.
Raining flash.
Igneous water. Crescent moon.
Raining flash. Blow away. Raining flash. No escape.
Here's the evil. Snake witch. Here's Lancer.
Blow away.
This ends now.
Consider yourself
really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Easy. Easy, easy, easy. Ich brauche trotzdem noch irgendwas. Irgendwas zum Hochhalten. Alter, was sind denn das für Viecher?
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
Schützen überhaupt gar nichts.
Really bad feeling about this.
Here I come!
Here. Let's go far. Let me at him. Damn it! Dance in the wind. Feel. This looks like a shield.
Ignite!
Here goes. Wherever that came from. Healing circle. Going in. Stealing flame. Reload.
Blow away!
None shall escape my judgment. Come forth and heal us the purity. Denied.
Can't get out of this! Try harder!
Appreciate the help.
Blow away!
Not on my watch. Hurricane strike.
Blow away!
Let them mark
Raining
the
strike.
power of light.
Blow away! You picked the wrong fight!
I'm ready to go.
Blow away!
Hurricane strike.
Blow away! Raining strike! Try harder!
Still. You're on.
Blow away!
Ready to go. Take this.
Raining strike!
All right. Freeze laser. Here's a healing.
Blow away! Raining strike! Blow away! Raining strike! Blow away! Raining strike!
Do you require a hand?
Raining strike! Blow the flame inside!
Thank you for all your help.
Please!
Don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Can't get out of this! I can carve through armor!
Flame of fury.
Denied!
Oh, violent
Blow away!
hurricane caught.
you've gone and ticked me off.
Stay away from my friend.
Shattering pieces. Attack now. And just like that, I'm back in it.
I'll start by holding the front line.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elfin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
Throw away.
Let me help.
Raining slash.
I can't hold on much longer.
I need to be stronger.
Alter, 17.500 Erfahrung. Uff. Ich weiß nur gar nicht. Doch hier. Eieieiei. Okay, Bossfight. Bossfight, Chat.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No, they appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Dahnans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Dahnan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Was ist das?
Be careful. It's huge.
Das ist nicht nur riesig, das ist verdammt riesig. It's boss fight.
No ordinary you. That much is damn sure. Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Eat dirt. Stardust.
Lightning orb! On guard! Raging lightning! Art expert, coming through! Here, let me help.
Denied!
Let's get that on my watch!
How about this?
Take this.
Raging storm!
Its head is weak point. We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Lightning!
Au.
To be let free.
Ready to go.
Ignite.
More for the stockpile!
Blow away. Raining slash. You're mine. Take this. It's over. How about raining slash?
Ja, ein Viertelhammer. Komm. Okay, das hat jetzt gerade echt nicht viel Schaden gemacht. Das war jetzt echt ein Witz gewesen. Runter mit deinem Kopf, runter mit deinem Kopf.
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back. I'm almost impressed. I said almost. Don't get carried away.
You picked the wrong fight. You have to hold on.
Vom Kopf runter.
Anything in armor is all mine. I'll bring you back from death to this. Blew away. Far enough. Resuscitation. Hurricane. Armor won't save you. Freezing on.
Wenn er runterspringt, dann ist das Spiel maximal überfordert.
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
Uff.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
Alter Finne, ey. Uiuiuiuiui. Das war jetzt einmal aber ein harter Kampf gewesen. Bis gleich, nix. Okay, das nichts.
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Was zur Hölle? Was zur Hölle?
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits above us. I pray that we won't encounter many stairs along the way.
Sorry. Torenosi, Dankeschön für dein Follow. Vielen, vielen Dank. Herzlich willkommen. Geht's da wirklich weiter? Ich bin ein bisschen verwundert. Könnte. Wahrscheinlich geht's hier weiter. Die Teleporter zum Eingang ist jetzt aktiv. Okay. Frage ist, kann ich mich hier oben irgendwo hochheilen? So einen kleinen Reset machen, vielleicht am Schiff. Ja, einfach schnell reisen. Easy peasy. Können wir uns einmal hochheilen und nochmal neues, neue Rohstoffe, neues Material etc. besorgen.
I think Hoodle senses something.
Okay, oder auch nicht. Perfekt. Eins, 2, 4, 5, 6.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Judging by the stench.
So, einmal ausrasten. So, machen wir das einmal.
This is perfect. I'll have everybody's mouths watering when they see this.
So. Mal so verkaufen, ein bisschen was. Schauen wir mal. Tragen des Lebens ist wichtig. 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 Ah, warte mal, wir können... Oh, Alter, sieht das Schwert geil aus. Oh. Boah, sieht das Schwert geil aus. Oh, es sieht aber auch nice aus. Adamantinsehne fehlt uns. Drachenblut. Wir können ja gar nichts mehr herstellen hier. Aber die zwei sehen schon besonders geil aus. Nice. Okay, das sieht aber auch geil aus. Das können wir sogar herstellen. Mach mal. Oh, oh. Schweininchen. So. Easy peasy.
Hey, look.
Das müsste sie wieder sein, genau. Da müssen wir weitermachen. Kurz mal alles aufgefrischt.
I never imagined Law would have a knack for husbandry.
Makes sense since they're on the same wavelength.
Und zwar hier drüben. Gucken wir mal, wo es weitergeht.
Statement actually means.
Ja, Moment bitte. Da müsste es eigentlich hier weitergehen. Überall in jeden einzelnen Dingern sind diese eine Rasse drinnen. Aber alle eingeschläfert. So in der Richtung. Huch. Kurzer Hänger. Die Frage ist, wo geht's jetzt zum Zentrum? Ah, wir müssen zurück. Wir müssen die unteren Ebenen. Okay. Wir müssen in die unteren Ebenen. Ja, okay, das ist natürlich... Das ist natürlich was anderes. Genau. Oh nee, nicht wieder so ein Zeug. Ja, auch bitte. Komm, draufhauen. Kernbrecher. Nice.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Läuft. Läuft, läuft und läuft. Kannst anders nicht sagen.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dahna's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dahna's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dahna's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dahna exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dahna's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Rena's Alma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Rena's Alma's here, right?
Don't say it, Law.
Gleich, Manu.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrecht 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Rena's Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you. The floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
Nee.
I have a bad feeling
Nee.
about this.
one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind him. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malika!
Here.
Burn!
Burn up!
No further! Carve through armor! Hurricane thrust! I owe you one.
Damn it! Back into the fray!
Azure Storm! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Healing circle.
I owe you one.
Megasonic
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah. You too. Here goes.
Demon Fang!
Freezing storm.
Double Demon Fang!
Ice tornado. Astral energy.
Far enough!
Magic
Shattering
missile.
pieces!
Here.
Two-sided
Flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I'll take you all on.
Komm, 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 komm. Läuft. Läuft.
Here's a healing arm.
Cannot happen in feeling
You'll
so
pay
hot.
for that!
Take it easy. Don't hurt yourself.
Sorry. Didn't mean to make you worry. I'm ready to go.
Can't move!
Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy
Guardian
land.
Shield! I got you.
A new lease on life.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Light out.
Guardian Shield!
Ja. Kannst zwischen manuell und automatisch starten. Ich mache gern zwischenzeitlich manuell, wenn, stellt gern automatisch, zwischenzeitlich manuell, auf automatisch um, wenn zu 0 auf 15 Kämpfe sind, über Stunden quasi hingeht. Dann mache ich gern, mal ein paar Dinge auf automatisch. Also sonst der Rest zu 95% spiele ich manuell, aber ab und zu. Du musst die ganze Zeit so krampfhaft mit dem Controller spielen, dass ich nach einer Zeit richtige Krämpfe in den Händen bekomme. Dann lieber 1, 2, 3 Runden auf automatisch umstellen und gut ist. Ah ja, das gibt's. Empfehle ich nicht. Aber für so normale 0 auf 15 Kämpfe ist es in Ordnung. Kann man schon ab und zu mal machen. Sollte man aber auch nicht zu oft machen, weil die sehr viel Items schlucken. Die schlucken sehr, sehr viele Items. Und die kosten einen Haufen Kohle.
This'll come in handy.
Not done yet!
Here I come.
Demon Fang!
Man muss immer die Spezialfähigkeiten steuern. Auch wenn es auf automatisch ist. Du musst immer mit steuern eigentlich.
Now you see what I can give you! Can't get out of bed!
I'm ready to go.
Appreciate the help.
Perhaps now isn't the time.
So, Nummer 1 mal down.
Nice technique.
This one's mine.
Look sharp. Forward up. You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Hold on to your heart.
Just like that, I'll be back in. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
You're taking too many hits.
Freeze Lancer!
I'm ready to go.
Here's a healing arc!
I owe you one for that.
Chinese
All right, let me in.
Slap the shock!
Not on my watch!
Den haben wir auch gleich.
Yearns to be
Jetzt hat... Easy. Easy.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Ach du Heilige. Ach du Heilige. Heilige Scheiße.
Now or never.
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still? I owe you, Theon. Healing is what my art. No sooner said than done.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Azure Storm!
We managed to turn the tide!
For now, but things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert.
No further! Now see what I can do! Not today!
I'm gone! Not in your dreams! Healing circle! What would I do without you?
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone felt like that.
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Vacuum blade!
Sehr schön.
Going in!
Demon Fang!
One shot!
Destruction!
Going in!
Eternal devastation!
Let's go! One shot! Make it work! Astral energy! Full throttle! Photon slam! This one's mine!
Ich habe wieder um. Bam. Katsching. Boah, alle Level Ups, sehr schön. Alle schön auf Level 49, perfekt. So, dann schauen wir mal, was mal hier hübsch ist. Ömi, hi, grüß dich.
Hey, new equipment.
Danke auch an dich für dein Follow. Vielen, vielen Dank. Wie geht's dir? Schön, dass du einschaltest, auch hier auf Twitch. Gut, das freut mich. Echt beide auf einmal runtergeholt. Sehr schön. Ich antworte gleich drauf irgendwie. Am Kampf. Nach dem Kampf antworte ich drauf.
take you all on. Ha! Flare to Malisa.
Here, let me help.
Here goes.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
This can't be happening.
Stay away from my friend!
Steel force!
Can't move!
Ah.
Confiscated!
This one's mine. Hurricane strike.
Far beyond the darkest sky!
Ich hab Hunger. Ich glaube, Essen hilft. Ich streame nicht mehr auf YouTube, weil ich schon seit etlichen Jahren Problem habe, dass der YouTube-Algorithmus meinen YouTube-Kanal warum auch immer nicht mag. Und ich keinen Mehrwert mehr in YouTube sehe und ich mich deswegen diesbezüglich entschlossen habe, eine Plattform zu wechseln. Und deswegen werde ich ab heute meine Streams auf YouTube verlegen. Auf Twitch. Auf Twitch verlegen. Von YouTube auf Twitch verlegen. Ja. Und YouTube wird erst einmal ja, für mich Geschichte sein. Ich bin so müde, bin erstmal weg. Bis zunächst und schönen Abend euch, Jungs. Manu, danke dir fürs Einschalten. Danke für den Follow. Vielen, vielen Dank. Ich wünsche eine gute Nacht. Schlaf gut. Bei mir geht's morgen weiter. Ich weiß noch nicht, ob mit Oblivion. Aber ich denke, ich spiele weiter Mass Effect. Und ich denke, ich werde morgen... Stream ist eh geplant ab 14 Uhr. Genau, ab 14 Uhr ist morgen der Stream geplant. Ich denke auch so um den Dreh werde ich morgen hier auf Twitch streamen. Aber was vorteilhaft auch bei Twitch ist, wenn man einmal ein Follow dagelassen hat und das auch richtig eingestellt hat, bekommt man auch tatsächlich eine Benachrichtigung von Twitch, dass man live gegangen ist. Von dem jeweiligen Streamer. Das ist echt auch echt schön. Dementsprechend, ihr solltet nichts verpassen. Discord wird auch wie immer reingeschrieben. Danke dir auf jeden Fall für Support. Auch Dankeschön fürs Weiterteilen an Captain. Vielen Dank. Und schlaf gut. Das Nummer 1 ist down. Hat er sich gerade hochgeheilt? Der hat sich doch gerade hochgeheilt.
We can really make weapons with this?
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Läuft. Läuft. hat funktioniert. Wir operieren zum 2. Stockwerk. Düm, düm, düm. Ja, ich warte mal. Vielleicht haben wir gleich wieder einen Heilpunkt.
Things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert. Sweet now. Let's get you all tucked away.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa.
0 Schaden.
Keep calm and take them down. Where are you going? By the power of water. I'll be staying this way. Going more.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope always.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
Reinforcements incoming.
Not a problem.
An astral arch?
That's my cue.
Shut him down. Is this it?
Mist.
Hold on. Far enough. Armor won't save you.
By the power of water. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Magic. Going in. Round and pound. Here goes.
Take this.
Vanquish. Starblade. I'll bring you back from going in. Divine Stream. Hurricane Strike. I'll heal you all.
Try harder. Try harder.
Guardian Tail.
You could use a hand.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Water. Hear my call. Hurry the red.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa.
Sehr schön.
I'll heal you all.
Look shot. Raining. Try harder. Raining.
Healing circle.
Thank you for all your help. Please, I'm glad to know someone
Hold on to your arts. Here I come.
I can carve through armor.
Illuminate the dark. Great
more.
Holy land.
This one's mine.
The flame inside is
Make it
sure.
rain. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
This one's mine.
Power of water.
Raining slash. You picked the wrong fight.
Annihilation. Sleep now.
Blew away. Raining slash.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Stay away from my friend.
Dance in the wind. Tiger blade.
Raining slash.
Illuminate the dark. Magic is
Au, 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 au.
Going in.
Raining slash. Blew away. Raining slash. Blew away.
You're really, really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you
You've got a
around.
knack for battle.
I still plan on training though.
That's what I like to hear.
Raining slash.
Seal.
Raining slash.
Tiger blade.
Now or never.
This one's mine.
Shooting star.
More.
Too much to handle. Hurricane away.
Blew away.
This one's mine. This one's
Blew
mine.
away. Raining slash. Raining
Gale force.
We did it.
More hurricane.
2 noch.
Raining slash. Blew away.
Oh, violent darting wind.
Blew away.
Guardian Tail.
Raining slash.
Ready to go. Into the wind.
Haben wir's? Ja. Ui.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
So, wo geht's hier hin, Hübsches? Irgendwas zum Hochhalten oder so? Das wäre echt geil. Okay, was ist das hier? So, wir müssen jetzt mal... So, lass uns mal so reinhauen. Dann einmal Flammenschwert nutzen. Oh, wir stehen auch kurz vor Level, mit allen Charakteren kurz vor Level 50.
Hey, that looks pretty good.
Lass mal den Kampf jetzt automatisch durchlaufen.
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be in this world.
Don't worry.
Sehr schön.
I got your back.
Alter, haben die jetzt gerade viel gebracht. Viel XP. Alter Finne. Mist. Ui. Okay, das ist geil. Wie viel Stuff hier einfach ist.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn.
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dahna's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
Ach du Scheiße.
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dahna and Rena were meant to be one world.
Eine
But
Welt.
that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dahna's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dahna while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted. like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dahna, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all 6. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dahna and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dahna and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
Ui. Wo geht's denn da hin?
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dahna, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevrecht 35 told us. The Dahnan and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dahna's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dahna the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's Great Spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
Ist Onyx eigentlich noch da? Oder wer ist denn an sich noch da?
Take that!
bad feeling about this.
I never miss. Must require complete focus.
In a bind?
Eat dirt!
Going in. Do it.
It looks like you got this covered. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Well done.
Burn up.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Healing surge. Make it rain.
Why'd you heal me? Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
None shall escape my judgment. Thousand gales. Tear you to shreds.
Tiger Blade.
Destruction.
Now.
Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Sword and shield.
A classic combination.
Noch so krass fett XP, das ist echt krass. Omega-Elixier. Wichtig und richtig. Aber ich will auf jeden Fall kurz vorm nächsten Boss, weil ich mache nicht mal allzu lang, mache ich tatsächlich. Weil ich bin langsam auch ein bisschen müde. Und ich habe ja letzte Nacht, glaube ich, nur 2 bis 3 Stunden geschlafen. Dementsprechend ein bisschen müde. Ein ganz kleines bisschen.
Time to let it rip.
It looks like you got this covered.
Going in.
Magic is eat dirt.
Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet and
Boah, Alter.
Far enough.
Boah, das ist viel Damage gemacht. Fast 50.000. Na komm. Come on. Stark, stark, stark. Stark. Yes.
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
Läuft. Läuft, läuft, läuft.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinner for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
Okay, da geht's weiter. Wie das Spiel hängt. Ich hab's versucht. Vorbei zu düsen. Komm. Oh, ganz knapper Hase. Oh, so knapp. So knapp. So knapp. Boah, 57 Stunden haben wir jetzt schon verbracht in dem Spiel. 57 Stunden. Das ist echt heftig. Aber ich werde für heute, jetzt zumindest, Feierabend jetzt schon machen. Genau, werde Feierabend machen. Und werde mich hinlegen, weil wir schon halt echt so wenig geschlafen und ich muss auf jeden Fall jetzt dann auch noch ein bisschen was machen noch. Streamtechnisch, wegen am Bot, etc. noch ein bisschen was vorbereiten und machen und lalala und lululu und rululu und lalala, lalala, lalala. Und ja. Es war auf jeden Fall ein unfassbar geiler Livestream. Erster Livestream auf Twitch war echt sehr, 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 sehr stark gewesen. Hat mich, hat mich sehr gefreut. Unfassbar gut. Hat mir super viel Spaß gemacht. Der Chat war auch sehr, sehr, sehr aktiv gewesen. Dafür ganz, ganz großes Dankeschön. Sehr viele Leute waren da gewesen. Viele auch, die noch ein Follow da gelassen haben. Da auch ein ganz, ganz großes Dankeschön. Und ja, ich kann mich nur bedanken. Ich freue mich auf die Zukunft hier auf Twitch und ich muss sagen, die Angst ist noch ein wenig, ein ganz klein wenig vorhanden. Aber der erste Stream hier hat schon sehr gut getan und bin da dann auch ganz happy drüber. Ich bin mal gespannt, wie morgen der Livestream verlaufen wird, wenn ich morgen ein bisschen länger streamen werde. Als, ich sage jetzt mal, 4-5 Stunden. Bin da mal gespannt, wie es da abläuft. Was da auch abgeht. Ich bin sehr gespannt. Und freue mich drauf. Und genau. Mehr muss ich nicht sagen. Danke für den dicken Support heute, für die ganzen Follower und alles Mögliche und tralala. Dankeschön dafür. Wir sehen uns morgen, ich sage mal so zwischen 12 und 14 Uhr. Zwischen 12 und 14 Uhr zu Mass Effect oder zu Oblivion. Ich bin noch ein bisschen am Schwanken, aber mal schauen. Das sehen wir morgen. Schlaft alle gut. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Ich wünsche euch was. Bis morgen. Ein schönes Wochenende und einen schönen Start ins Wochenende. Macht's gut. Ciao.